Hello. Whoa. Yeah. A different model. Who is this? Another different Shira today. Hello. Yo. Same aesthetic, indeed. Nerd Shira, no. New model, yeah. A new custom model just dropped literally today, I think. When I was on the way back, I'm like, oh, they finally released this model. You might recognize this art style. It's basically the artist that does the emote lab models. So they actually released the customizable model. Yo. Very cute. There's so many toggles. I feel like I'm gonna press all kind of things and I won't notice. Also, wait, my Spotify is kind of loud in my ears. Let me put it down. Apa-apa. Yo. Hello, Ollie. Welcome in. Chibi, yeah. Today, Chibi. It's very bouncy. A few hours ago, only released, right? Yeah, I was like, oh, ending word browsing Twitter. I was like, oh shit, they release it. Go home and like, okay, I'm gonna test it out. This is not the default face. I forgot what's the default face, but I kind of like this big eyes. It kind of reminds me of my emote. Oh, I like when the eyes go like. The expression very cute. Yo. And they have like a tablet toggle too. Pretty cool. Big eye, yeah. I think this face just suits me in general. Ah, Kasumi-san, hello. Irashai. Tablet toggle. Yeah, there's so many toggle. I'm like, dang. I'm not gonna remember every toggle. But yeah. Remember the important ones. I think I bind some of them to some redeem as well. Y'all can try it out. Maybe. So many things. Yeah. Hi, welcome in. I bind it. I think there is a headpad one, and then the squish. I guess it's not like my usual squish, but I guess it's kinda the same thing. Squish. Yeah. You can try and find out. Hello, Liana, welcome in. My cat is making this face. Wow. Let me see. Alright. Like the fa. Okay, today I'm gonna do another, what do you call it? Frame overlay. 今日は、スイちゃんの、デザイン練習だからね。今日はスイちゃんの分です。だから、やります、今日もデザイン練習。Rar, blip, blip. Oh, wait, what is that? Why am I holding a heart? Is that my toggle? I don't know what I press. How do I change it back? Okay. I don't know when. So many expression. Yeah, it's like binded with a lot of like the shift and some of it with like I don't know the letters. I'm like okay, we don't question it. I'm not gonna remember. Okay. Oh, maybe did I not put a cooldown for this one? Maybe this a trigger? Did I trigger this? Then you put it. It's crazy that you can speak both English and Japanese. Nah. My Japanese very yabai. I try. ね、かすみざわさんもなんか英語上手じゃないみたい。日本語 very 上手。Now. Hello, Devil Heaven, welcome in. My cat is attacking my toes, not the toes. Okay, hold up. I was thinking, where is it? Look over it. No. Pose. Like. Ah. 一人まあ。それでも、すごいよ。私も、なんか言葉ね、たくさんわかんないけど、聞いて時なんか理解できる。でも返事はちょっと難しい。多分。I can understand Japanese more than I know the words, I think. Like I can understand context. Hi Devil, welcome in. Okay, I think. Oh yeah, this cool down. Okay. Click up. Okay. I kind of. About. Oh, okay. I unplugged it. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot to tweet. I'm from India. Hello. Welcome in. I'm from Mexico, but I'm so white. Not going out enough in the sun. I totally get that. I can understand it, but I can't really speak it. So ne, wakaru wa. Hello, content. Welcome in. Hey dear, mind telling us about your what? That's crazy. I almost read the whole thing. Okay, we shall do not perceive that. I'm from Singapore. Goddamn. Mots, bong. That's crazy. What the hell? Yabai koto. Mo YouTube. たくさん変人。やばい。How was your half day work? Oh, pretty chill. I submitted what I can today as well. You know, when I submit the work, then my colleague, my desk mate was like, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna send this to get like comments." Okay, hold up. You know what? I'm not gonna play my Spotify because I feel like I can't talk over my Spotify. I'm too distracted by the song. Okay, let's put back my BGM. I can't hear myself over my own BGM. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yes, I submitted my work, and then she was like, "Oh okay, I'm gonna send this submit it to the rest of the team so they can get back, so that maybe we can complete it by today. And I'm like, I'm like, oh well, I'm actually on a half day. I didn't tell her though. I didn't tell her I was on half day, but technically, my half day is noted in the what you call it, the schedule, the leave schedule, whatever. So technically people should know I'm on half day today, but maybe they don't remember. So I was like, oh well, not my problem. I've submitted what I can. Insane troll move. Nah. The tweet legs, yeah. Skinny legend. A goose, okay. Yeah. Oh, but then I saw her WhatsApp me just now. She said like, oh, I came back from lunch and I bought you cake. Are you still in office? I'm like, oh, I'm not. I'm on half day. No, she bought me cake. What? Damn. On the day where I'm on a half day, and people bought me cake, but I'm not there to eat it. No! Keki, もったいない。やばい。Mama. Kansha. I appreciate the thought, I guess. Okay, wait. I wanted to... because I get the PNG from Twitter, and Twitter has this thing where they make PNG with a white background, so I have to extract this myself. In Canva, can you do this? Still cake together. Oh, cake 食べたい. I want to eat something sweet. 甘いもの食べたいな。Yeah. It's remove the background. My favorite animal is a fox. Oh. Oh, ちょっとね。I've eaten a little bit. なんか sometimes when my friend go Japan, they bring back 日本のお菓子ね。souvenir. うん。名前は覚えてないけど。あるある。My lunch is kind of 2 p.m. lunch. Oh, 2 p.m. Damn. 日本はたくさん菓子あるよね。What's your favorite cereal? Cereal? Like the fruit cereal? Or platypus? It's playing Lethal Company. Oh, Lethal Company. Nice. Sometimes I like to ask my JP friend what kind of snacks they like to eat, because and then sometimes I'll go find it at Donkey. シンガポールはね、ドンキホーテあるだからね。だから時々 JP 友達に、何お菓子美味しいかな。My schedule is instantly cook rib. Food, cereal. What's a What was best cereal? I don't know. I can't remember what kind of cereal I eat. I like the ice, so fun. Yeah. It's almost like my Busby's face, but not. It's very expressive. Mm. Let's see this image. Yes. Seeds I recommend. Taiyaki or dorayaki. Ah, taiyaki ね。taiyaki. 魚、あれ。The fish. The fish with red bean. What is red bean again? Taiyaki 好き. I ate taiyaki when I went Japan. 日本に一度だけいたんけど、ね、でも昔のことだね。A long time ago, I went Japan once. It was during spring, so spring is still quite cold, right, in Japan. And the place that I was staying had like a taiyaki shop. So I keep buying it. Dorayaki, I think I had dorayaki. It's like, and not really a pancake, but it looks like a pancake, I think. We're into more grown-up flavor. Matcha mochi. Oh, matcha mochi. My favorite is the Pokemon. Wow. What's good? I know what I mean. Is you Japanese? No. 日本人じゃないです。I am not JP, but I can try and speak a bit. A little bit. ちょっとだけ。ちょっとだけ。Okay, let's see. Is this the PNG? Oh, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Hi, Hogs, welcome in. Oh, blah, blah. What? Okay. Okay, let's see. Sui said, yeah, element would be like cats and balloon. Calm down, Goosey. Would this count as role playing? Do we need the bingo today? I don't know. I guess we make the base frame a cat shape. Neko shape. Oh, there's actually a cat too. There's a whole cat. There's a whole cat shape tool now. Why is this very odd, Shira? Yeah, hello, Sky. Kind of late for bingo. Yeah, bingo is for the morning, you know. It's okay. Today we chill. We don't need bingo. Damn. I'm gonna restart a random app I used to have. Oh, this is morning. Wait, me. Hi, David. Hi, Brown. Come in. Hello, Fatin. How are you, Marina? It's morning for me. Bingo now. Nah. The time zone only for me. Don't matter anywhere else. Okay. I mean, okay, we'll just use this as reference. I like people, but I still don't like people tell me how that works. Oh. Is this AI? It's 3 in the morning. Damn. Why you're still awake? 3? It's actually 4 a.m. I think it's 4 a.m. for something. Oh dang, someone got bong really. What app is this, by the way? Oh, you mean the design thing? It's the Affinity. Mm. If Shira is a game character, what game would it be? Good question. What game indeed? The free alternative to Photoshop. Yeah. More like Illustrator, I guess. Because it's more vector stuff. Yep. I've been trying to use it for my personal stuff, which is pretty good. Be nice. For free. Yeah. Sweet free. Let me see. Okay. Okay, it's either make a circle. I guess circle is easier. I think. Hi. Oh, but before that, I forgot. I need color palette. A lot of green. Okay. It's okay, Yenny. You know what? If they want to be whatever they want to be. I think we're gonna nitpick every little thing on YouTube. Is gonna be tough. Sometimes you can just ignore them. Unless it's something like bad, then you know what? I'll close one eye. If we nitpick YouTube, then the entire chat will be gone real. I already have the mindset that some things I'll just let it slide for just cause it's YouTube. Because YouTube, sometimes they gotta entertain themselves, you know. It's like play care, as I always say. I think my drawings are cringe AF on the digital art app I have. No way. Free content. Yeah, at this point I just watch them and be like, huh. Yeah, it's just a side entertainment. I should remember what's, I don't know. What's the, my god. I forgot what's the nandake. Oh, and there's a yellow. Free content. I know, right? I should just like start clipping YouTube comments. It just makes me go home. Oh, there's another shape. Chicken nugget. Oh, I just had nuggets actually. Chicken nugget. Wait. Oh. So for you next. Have a okay, let's just use it. This is the color palette we're going with. I need to nap, but I don't wanna. Well, if you think you can fall asleep and yesterday I took the nap after the stream and then I could not really sleep at night. I was like, oh no. Yeah, bye. Yeah. I was like, I feel like I was kinda awake a lot of the hours until it's like time to wake up for work. Maybe use yellow to contrast this. A lot of green, so maybe the inside we can make. Use the yellow. Kimiroka. Or the lime green. Green is my favorite color. I like this already. And there's a lot of green for this color palette. Don't you like it? Maybe I do two versions to see, because I can't decide. I quite like the teal, I guess the teal. I guess the green like blends in. Maybe the yellow like too popping. Maybe yellow can just be like secondary color. Outfit reminds me of Naruto. Is it bad I'm planning on staying up all night doing some random drawings? And no, staying up drawing, I think, you know, what could be better? Today's my birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, true. I feel like someone else told me that as well. Do teal with sky blue? Blue? I'm just thinking about the ship. Okay, I think that's better. Oh. What was the zoom? Zoom or control? Don't think, just draw. Yeah. Just draw. No think. No think. Okay, and then maybe the inside the ears can be the yellow then. I did draw my favorite character at 4 a.m. Same. It's always, you know, the degen hours when you get very motivated sometimes. Maybe. Welcome back, Fractal. Now I can back my Spotify. And I commission what? Who is this chibi? Oh, it's by I pinned the comment if you're interested to try and get the custom model yourself. It's a pretty affordable model, I think. It's the same artist that make, you know, all the emote lab. Yeah, they just released the model. So it's basically the emote lab but model version. It's pretty cute. Saw his work recently. Yeah. I mean, their work is everywhere. Everyone use their emote thingy. Like I had their previous, the Pixel one is also made by the same artist. I think I have like a few of their their stuff already, and they make pretty good stuff. I prefer the Pixelator with their chibi. Yeah, the Pixel is still very cute, just different style. I just like the face of this one. Derpy face. Pixel shows me Marcus and more towards retro. I like all the Pixel stuff. Should be real. Indecisive once again. I forgot. How do I create clip mask again? Insert. 違う。違う。どこだっけ? I forgot how I do clip mask on this place. 違う。Discord is the most scariest app. I forgot how you make it. No, it's not. Okay. Let's let's see. It's not it. Where was it? Clip mask, clip mask. Transfer. People let kids in their server without permission. I mean, even when you have like rules written in the server, honestly, sometimes the kids still go in, so I don't know. It goes both ways. That's a spam. Spam しないでください. Discord does have age restriction setting. True. Google Translate that. Yeah. I don't have to connect my no, actually I don't know. I have like this auto translate plugin, I feel. So all my messages auto translate anyway. But I don't have the chat translator for YouTube, I guess. New container layer. Rasterize to mask. Oh, that is not it. Oh, not this mask. Oh, create clipping mask. There we go. Okay. I see it. That's it. Okay. Yes. Hi. It's okay. I'm like, oh, am I dragging the whole artboard? Right. So, Where's the point? I can't see. Edit the points of this. Edit it. 지갑. 네. Okay, let me just undo all that. I expand curves then now. There we go. It took so long just to ball. Oh, you know what? There's actually a bolt toggle for this model. I don't remember what button it is. Yeah. See bolt Shira. Let me see. Bolt Hage. どこだっけ? Left shift 7. Ah. やば. Hage. I am Bolch. There. Easy week. Look at your main chat. Nani? Oh, you mean Discord? Bulge. come in. Okay. Oh, there. That's the clip mask. How do I eh, mm, how do I forgot. Where is it? How do I adjust the thing inside the clip mask? I can't see the layer. Eh. I'm gonna keep saying that she says that she is. Yeah, keep spamming. You're gonna get timeout again. Container layer? No, it's not. I want to adjust inside the mask. どうやって? Feels like different than how I did Lottie one. Hold up. I forgot how I did it. 待って. How do I mask Lottie's one? Open Lottie's file. Let me see. So, what is it? It's like a group rather than a mask. No. How do I do that? I forgot how I did it already. Eh? Check the overlay. Oh yeah. Nope, not that way either. I'm just confused. I can't see the layer of the PNG inside the mask. I can move the mask, but I want to move the pin. 悔しい。何これ。まあ。Hi, Abby. Welcome in. Let's see. Expense. Got googly eyes today. Yo. Googly eyes. You know what? When in doubt, Google it. Affinity flip mask. Flipping mask. Simply drag the layer you want to click the content into the thumbnail. Oh, is that so? Okay, let's try it. So I just need to drag. Affinity, really good software. Yeah, I'm still trying to learn. Now I'm forgetting how I did the flip mask. Drag this into. Oh, I just drag it. Okay. Oh, oh dang. Okay. But how did I move the thing inside? It's like Photoshop plus Illustrator. Yeah. And especially it's free, right? That's the best thing. This is kind of like a bit different. Mama. I got rid of my Adobe subscription after finding it's paying too much for that. Yeah, Adobe is a scam. Scam. Real cool bother backdrop so far. Yo, just practicing another frame. Yeah, another frame design today. Oh, still. Hmm. Last stream watch streak didn't count my 125 RIP. All good. I overslept. Oh, you actually took the nap. Hmm. Cheeky nap. Yum. Just thinking, does it blend too much? I know, maybe it's like too strict. That's what bothering. The ears are too strict. I need to like, yeah, curve it. Okay, okay. How do I wake up? I don't know, just splash yourself with some cold water or something. Oh, does one wake up indeed? Sleep forever. Yeah. Oh, bonk. Time out for spam 1 minute. Yeah. Apa. on your stream. Oh, final. Yo, have a good walk. Bitch. Nani? Wakey, wakey. So eepy. Put me to sleep forever, huh? Same, honestly. Lemma. Figure it out instead of just giving it up. And so on. I need like some inspiration. Let me think. Oh, I know. Why? Not enough gradient. That's why. If it looks too flat, just gradient that shit. Gradient it. Okay, maybe we'll think of like fine-tuning it later. Now we should just put in the elements. I think they won't. Aside from cats, I think it's balloon that cat. Balloons. Okay, we can do balloons. Who's this for, by the way? They look great. This is for. Oh wait, hold up. Their name a bit long. I always call them Sui-chan. Full name. It's one of my JP friends, I guess. Yo. Cause I tweet out for mutual or friends who wanted to contribute themselves for my design practice. So yeah, Sui-chan contributed. Since last week I did one for Lottie, I thought, okay, this week we do one for the JP. And Sui-chan plays a lot of Apex, so I feel like usually these kind of frames suits people who play all these like FPS game, because they usually play on like the full screen kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. Balloons. Balloon. A balloon is not. It's a little oval-ish, maybe. No outline. We can do this, maybe this tree color. Honestly, I wanted. Where would the black go? Maybe should the frame be black color? I don't think. You seen the new Bloodhound Shiva? Oh, I haven't. Are they what? They buffing up Bloodhound? Can make your whole team turn invisible. Whoa. Invisible? None? What? But can a Bloodhound still scan invisible people if they get caught? Yeah. Basically, everyone can just go into crypto mirage mode. Invisible. Ay, the buff, I forgot who else did. Oh, just more like Mirage. Yeah, mendokusai. Now you're not gonna see like half of the map or something. Congrats on beating Omega again, by the way. Oh, thank you. Yo. God damn, we can finally progress. No more Omega. Edge looking amazing. Oh, did they change up World Edge? Welcome back, content. A few places got replaced and it's now dust type. Oh. World's Edge. That's the map with the lava, right? The ice lava. Welcome back. fake Yanny. How's your day going? Well, going pretty good, pretty chill. Let me just check my WhatsApp. Okay, no message. Oh, damn, it's 5:19 already. Time is fast. If I was doing work, time wouldn't be passing this fast. My mom has wasted my whole morning. Oh, how unfortunate. It's okay, I've been wasting my whole life. Oof. Hello, Sayaka. Welcome, welcome. Wasting my whole life is crazy. Have you watched Young Sheldon? I think I watched it a long time ago. From like my English literature class or something. Is it a new model? I guess so. One of my many models. I change model like I change outfit, you know. It depends on my mood of the day. I'll use different model depending what I feel like. Very big update, a lot of changes in Apex. Oh. It's gonna be the full reset, rank reset again, right? I think yesterday I played, it was like, what, 7 days left? Normal cardigan, I like that cardigan. Well, this one does have a cardigan look. I mean, I'm wearing kind of a cardigan. It's just chibi, small chibi. You can't really see it, but I am wearing kind of a cardigan. Change daily. Do you see the bulge just now? Oh my god. I heard you say Young Sheldon. I'm cosplaying as Mimo in Adopt Me. Oh. I want a game. Do I play Apex or Baro or what to play at night? Maybe at night I can play something. Just broke my controller. Well, rip. Should I do my Balo rank? Solo rank. Yeah, bye. Baro ne. And my Apex also not quite Apexing, I feel. I don't know how to play anymore. FPS is too harsh. You control the wings on your character? Nah, I think what affects it is my expression. I think when I smile, like the wings go faster. I don't know, like excited, you know. I saw the ears toggle, also quite cute. Play Mecha again. Got update. Oh, I saw like got new body type and new poses, I think. Is there a new map? Ababa. Got new map? Oh. Oh god. I feel like when I yawn in this model, I actually look sleepy. What? Can be chunky. I saw the chunky model. In what situation would being the chunky model help you to hide better? Like I feel like we just cast more shadow or something. Is the pen pad thing move and stuff when you click on it? Yeah, it's tracking my mouse. Welcome back. Up. No, undo. Your avatar feature is really cool. Yeah, today I'm using a customizable model by I don't know how to say their name because it's like numbers. But yeah, it's by an artist. 0x, I'll just call them. You know those well, I don't know how to even say that word. Lace dresses that look like PJs for skinny people. What is that? You do the emote let yo. Guys are exploding. Please. You shade all of that? What? Shade what? The model? If the model is not, this is not done by me. If you mean what I'm designing now, then only the frame, not the character. The character belongs to a friend. The ears under circle. Oh, this thing? Yeah. Whatever, like, here. This is what I'm trying to create right now. Apa. It's okay. feel I wanna fit the black color somewhere. I'm not sure. Should the ears be black color? Mm. Yeah, yeah. Your clip on your hair changed to a heart. Yeah, because unfortunately, no custom model have a crown clip. I guess it's not a common motif, huh? For a hair clip. But heart is close enough. I mean, I have heart motifs for my design. My main design is usually the heart, the ribbon, and my crown. My crown is like, I guess, what represents the O part of my name. Yeah, I was thinking, or should the background of this be black color? Actually, not bad. Then it looks like a screen, you know. Hi. Okay. I think the black contrast is better. Because I kept thinking like the inside kind of hard to contrast. This one I'm thinking maybe it should become the dark. Maybe. At least like half. What's that timer? Oh, that's the clock, not timer. Showing my time as well. Shira o. Yeah, shira o. O desu wa. O desu kara. Finally, welcome in. It may be changed, but hopefully there'll be the jumping Shira of the summer dress. Huh? My jumping Shira is always there. I'm thinking maybe to shrink this more. And then 2.5. 炎なら悪くない。I guess the black actually not bad. It contrasts, helps contrast the color. Guess that's where we can fit in the black on. Hi. Okay, I'm seeing the vision slowly, maybe. Bye. And my graphic might be getting exploded by my friend. Oh no. Never mind. Yeah. This model has so many toggles. What expression can I do? Let me see. None. Oh, this is the normal eyes. But I really like this eyes. This eyes is just way bad. It's too good. Show all toggle. Yeah. Let me just press everything I know. Kira. Naiteru. Oh, this one nothing. This one? Oh. This is me every day. This is mood. Me at work. Then angry. これは汗。Oh, cry. Oh, they're so cute. That's how I cry. Ah, びっくり. This one? Oh, there's nothing. This one. Oh. No ball. No hage. Oh my god. I look like a turkey, you know? With the wings. で、もっと何？あ。 Oh, that's kind of fun. Okay. Eh? Oh. Oh, those are cool. Yeah. Long neck. Yeah, long. Yeah, but yeah, I think others, I forgot what it is, but yeah, I linked it to some redeems. Bye bye, bye bye. I don't know why your legs reminds me of Hey Arnold. Tweak legs. Yeah. It's pretty much this is all it is. Honestly, this would be me. Because you know, most of the time you don't even see the legs of a model. So this is practical. A practical way to draw legs for your model that you're not gonna really see. Like, no one cares about the bottom half, right? Okay. I can dance like this. The TV show, yeah. It's so derpy, I love it. To become a VTuber is just made easier these days. All these very generous artists providing y'all assets. The Ogi cockroach leg. Yeah. Oh, wait. I forgot to take my water bottle. I was refilling it, but I didn't take it. You know, let me go get it. Time to hydrate. ちょっと待って。 Wait. Pencil. Oh. Oh, it's below. Coca-Cola. Oh, that is very thick. That's too thick. Boba. Hi, Desuke. Welcome in. I work till 7:30. Oh, good luck. Jayo. EP. Yeah. It's okay, almost end of the day. Mango date. Still ringing, falling around your faces. Missing, I'm feeling out, never get on. Until all the changes, new faces. 3 months away, going back, but not the same. Doesn't know what I see. You said I need, but I'm not fat and black light, dressed up, but I did not. But I did not. Don't heal myself. Number on my phone, I don't need your help. We lay down on the floor. Not like the time I did myself. Impatient, just sitting, still waiting, but not around. It's real. Should just say, but not around since I've seen it. Cancel that. Undo. Got this ribbon kind of fun. Okay. We have to illustrate this ribbon differently a little bit at the back. Look, with pleasures better. Mm. Hi, Pipi. So cute. Yo. Not a model today. The pet track too. Yeah, a lot of toggles on this model. Pretty cute. Yum, yum, yum. Switch the color. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I can't read. Is that Russian? I can only speak English, unfortunately. How are you? Maybe. What? Oh wait, I forgot to put the fit up for this toggle. What is this? Ah. Okay, here we go. Speak English, yes. Yes. English, okay. Yes, speak English. Yeah, I only English. Sorry. Maybe JP, but not really. But yeah, hello. 5% will come in. You drew this? If you mean the model, no, not the model. Today I'm using another customizable model. So I can't get this curve, like the correct, or like a nice curve. Oh. Hold up. Okay, I think that's better. Okay, never mind. I guess we got it. This one I'm not sure how to. 時に見とれてしまうから足元も見えずになんだとに気がつけないまま夜の星がにじまパンパンパンつむくままないふりをするのだ浅い夏の通り空から If y'all didn't know, I covered Yoake no Hatoru with Rei-sama on Rei-sama channel. Yo, gotta plug it. Ad break, ad break. Hi then, come in. Time to plug in the ads. Yo, did you know? No, no. Yoake live version. Be at least X. Oh, I should write their name. I guess I'll use their username. Writing the GP a bit hard. I always forget how to spell the name. We'll look it up again. させてよ君にちょっとね。Let me check. Is this the kanji? これは漢字か。おー。名前は、Let me see it, Twitch. おー。Maybe I do the kanji one. What? Oh, I don't know if I have a font that's good. Kanji stuff. Oh, anyway. Yeah. I think putting the username is still okay, maybe. 多分。これが大丈夫よね。I mean, it's their Twitch name. That one or 違う。Kindergarten. Maybe. I don't know. use this. Maybe I lay out a little bit for now. Nani? Should I reset my panel? Shit. Okay, never mind. Sure, that's fine. Bored. Well. How do I put this back on the... Do ya deh. I don't have to put back this bar on top. And no, it won't go on top back. Okay, it'll just stay down there. I. You got to amplify you and I. Amplify. Why? Measures by design. Amplify. You and I. Just by design. So happy today. I mean, you know, half day who's not happy. Half day work happy, all right. You can chill. You and I amplify somewhere by design. You and I amplify somewhere. And also, I think it's just the model look look a little too happy. Every time I use any other model, I just look too happy. All these models' expression too happy, man. Cover Doshte when? Doshte. Isn't that song quite hard? That song quite high, no? Hi Vertex! Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. One night. I think I heard that song. Wait, I think I heard it in my playlist. Doshte. How does it? Oh, this song. Oh, this Doshte. I thought it was the other Doshte. I forgot this song was also called Doshte. It's this song. I was thinking like the other Doshte. Oh no, I think the other song wasn't even called Doshte. Thought the other one. Yeah. Sometimes I hear a song, I forgot what the title's called. Oh yeah. I was thinking the Aishte. I was like, like not quite, but close enough. I never really learned this song. I've only ever listened to it in my playlist, but I never tried learning the lyric before. And it's a duet, man. Who to duet with, man? I feel like singing duet is so hard. My tooth is coming out. Oh no. Arigato. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Lottie can. Owl is good at JP. True. It's also like, you know, when you want to do it, it's like the people gotta know the song. What if they don't know the song? Then you gotta learn a little bit hard. But yeah, recording and making actual cover with other people is like quite difficult because you have to look at people timing. Like I have a bunch of weep recording where I kind of done my part, but a bunch is like I'm just waiting for other people, but I don't really like pester them or chase them for it. So it's more like, do it in your own time. But yeah, usually when you don't set a deadline, it's just gonna be well, just sitting in the whip folder for a while until people remember about it, maybe. Give them deadline. Because it's not really that important. It's more like, we do it when we can, casually. But I do want to try more solo song, maybe. Yeah, that never getting done. Yeah, but everyone's kind of busy, so I'm like, I feel bad to like remind them every time, maybe. So I was like, oh, it's okay, take your time. Like maybe I'm the only one feeling the motivation to do it. Hey Nabi. Solo. There's a bunch of song I would want to try solo. Which one to do first though? Ooh. So many to learn. I should do like a learning song karaoke. Like not really a karaoke, but more like trying to learn how to learn the lyrics. What's the option? Honestly, I'm not sure either. What's ever on my playlist, I guess. What is on my playlist indeed. Hi Battle. Or I can take suggestion, like, I can try learning it first. Any good song. Honestly, I haven't listened to much new song recently. Recently, I've just been listening to Epic Musical, okay? Yeah, it's Jover. Can sing Vocaloid. Where my WXY? Oh, I actually like that song. Tiny Yuki songs are quite nice. I feel like I tried learning that song, but it's actually harder than I thought, like that song. It's like, I don't know, because Tiny Yuki's song is like kind of groovy in a way. He got like his, he's quite unique in a way. I feel like singing those songs where the artists like have like their own style very strong kind. I'm like, oh, kind of hard when I tried it myself. I'm like, damn, like it sounds easy, but I don't know how to sing in a way that it suits the song. Like it's more, I don't know, like the melody, I don't know. Because have you seen Vocaloid songs? Yeah, I think I know Vocaloid songs in general. Maybe the old ones, not much the new ones. Myra, oh, I think I heard Myra song. Hi Disha, doing good, doing good. Yeah, like I wanna cover Yorushika song. I like Yorushika songs. I would wanna try cover Mume, but I think Hololive song a bit hard to like. If I wanna cover it, I think I need to like actually commission an instrumental for it, because yeah, the copyright stuff gonna be a little tricky. Many options for Yorushika, yeah. But Yorushika songs is also quite difficult. Everything's so hard. What else? And I definitely want to sing more Aquera song. Can sing the easy one. Easy one. I would say the one that I sing the most is what the what's it called? I forgot what's the title already. The something sunny what? I forgot the Japanese name for it. One song that I did want to try cover for a while was also yeah, that one yo yo yo. It's also I forgot there's like a few songs I tried to learn, but not sure if I can actually cover them. Most of the time I learn like up to the first chorus, and then later, you know, like how most songs after the second chorus, like the bridge part, suddenly you go a little crazy, then I'll be like, oh. I'm like, oh no. And also like, because I feel like my voice range is not that big or high. I don't really know what I am. I think I once took like those voice range tests and they said I'm an alto or something, but I'm not sure. Because every time I watch like videos or like hear song and people always be like, oh, they're an alto, but then they have like crazy range. I'm like, oh. Like if I wanna sing high, I have to go in like what the falsetto or whatever, but that is so hard, honestly. And I think I'm kind of like half tone deaf. I'm pretty sure. I can't tell. Or like maybe I can tell I'm off tune, but I don't know how to fix it myself. You know that kind of thing. I don't have ears for music, honestly. I just sing along. But I don't know how to. I have no technique or whatever. I have no musical knowledge or anything. That's a -3 everything. A lot of the songs I like are quite high. But then when I try to sing the low version, it also kind of messed me up a little bit sometimes. I'm like, like the Yoake Hotaru, we sang. I guess it's the normal key for the instrumental, but we sing like a lower range, I think. Or more like I was following Rei-sama, because Rei-sama was singing in like a lower tone. So I was like, oh, okay. Actually, like in the early take, I tried to sing like a higher take, but it sounded strange because I was singing high and then like the contrast between me and Rei-sama was like too big. So that's why I only sang higher for the last chorus. Because the last chorus we sing together. So if it's mixed together, then it's fine. But when we were like taking turns, so I felt like the contrast was a bit too weird when I sing high. And then after that you hear the low tone from Rei-sama. It wasn't like meshing well, so I was like, okay, I guess I'll sing lower. The takes was crazy. Yeah. Singing is hard. Especially, I guess, when you sing with other people. Gotta match together. Interesting. Yo. く日までシュン Hey, from dinner, welcome back. Leo. Leo. Welcome back. Welcome back. can add like a diamond. 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 Adding. Oh, no, what can add is like jagged. Hmm. The bottom one, or is it too many things at the bottom? I don't really have to add it if it's not gonna work. Classic. Yeah, maybe we don't have to do too crazy. We just want to do a pattern in the ears, then yeah, it's fine. Shira frame drawing business. I did consider if I should try open commission for this. That's why like this practice is kind of like for sample, but I'm still not too confident. Yeah, bye. Yeah, bye. Still not confident to do it as a commission yet. At least like this kind of like practice is like, in a way it's like a scap, you know, like people don't really have to like instruct me on what to include. All I asked for them was like, oh, give me like 2-3 element that they think suits their branding, and that's it. Nike say just do it. Just do it. I guess I can try. Maybe I'll do it like a skep commission kind. So I don't know. I can't tell whether is it better to do like the skep kind where it means basically nah. I think I work better when people actually give me feedback. I think. Like it gives me more reassurance, I guess. Guys, like I've seen many times where like on Twitter where people don't understand the concept of like the scat commission. It's like you get what you get kind of thing, right? That way of commissioning because you don't converse with the client. I've seen where people like complain because I don't know, they just don't like the result in the end. Scary. Just say no revision. Yeah, it's like it's written in their like that's literally what a skep commission is, but I don't know, some people just don't read, I guess. Boom. Das guy, daddy, 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 daddy. Yes, Q issue. Real. Okay, stop. Okay. Okay. I think I know. You know how in kampong some family have chicken? Their kids will be like chasing the chicken and play whatnot. Yeah. I'm thinking how their parents would be like one day. They will ask the kid to go fetch the chicken and it will be the dinner tonight. Oh, well. I mean, maybe, you know, they grow up like that, then it's like kind of normal thing already. I don't know. Maybe they don't think too much. No thoughts. Uncle is monitor. Yo. I tried to learn this song as well, but it's so hard. God dang. Ah! Everything's so hard to learn. Yeah, but. Or do they grow them knowing they will eat them? I mean, I'm sure they know where the chicken come from. Right. Stella, Stellar Beehive. Yo. Tanawa. Okay. Warukunai. Okay, I need to just separate the stuff. This together. One day you get a chair for your model. A chair. I have been standing for 4 hours straight. Damn. Technically, I have a chair. The stick have to rest. Anyway. Okay, so this one I have to. I have to test export. Export. Oh, they have to think about how to do like a explanation guide for them to use this frame. I have to translate to JP, yaba. Okay. How to use it's not that complicated. At most is this part where the clip mask, you have to clip mask it onto your VTube source. And then the rest you just have to eyeball it to like align it, you know. じゃないから応援できないよつくなへな Okay, I have to test it. Oh, I need to export and see. Maybe I should name the file like top layer, masking layer, and Akuma. I should name it in JP, the file. Okay, but it's fine. Okay. Let's see. How do I test this again? Save 5 final version. Yeah. Wrong. That's my vertical screen. Where's mine? last. Whoa, what is this? Game capture? No. Fresh? Nah. Okay, so okay, that's our frame. Now to fit myself in there. Filter. Mask. Gotta move myself. Where's oh, where am I? Edit? Ito. The mask not. I didn't. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, wait. Let me hide the layer below because I'm confused now. Oh no, it's not masking properly. Wait. Oh. No. Oh, maybe black. I cannot export it black color. Maybe the black color don't work. Hold up. Okay, let me export it as white color. Because the Lottie one I export white color. Maybe black don't work. Oh, no, no. It is okay, okay. It's just I had to resize the. I was like, this is the part where you have to like, you know, like eyeball it a little bit. I look like a fish. There's a part where I don't know if there's like a easier way to fit it exactly. Actually, wait. Maybe okay. Maybe if I reset everything, reset, transform, reset. If I reset everything to normal, would it all align? No, it doesn't. I have to eyeball it anyway. Well, yeah, I don't know how to trying to explain this in a tutorial is gonna be gonna be tough. Oh. I don't know how to make it like so the clip mask like, you know, just spawns nicely instead of having to manually adjust it. Is it the size? But technically I export them all the same though. So this is how it should be. Your wings look like fin, yeah. An actual bus piece in the sun. I don't want the balloon to be above actually. Okay, this is the part where I figure out which layer I can bring down. I think the name and like these two balloon and the okay. I actually no, okay, possible. Okay, I need to bring down some, readjust the order of some layers. 2, 3, 2, 3, but we're getting there, I think. It looks like I really have cat ears like this if I line it up. Warukunai. I just need to... I don't know. I guess the balloon being on top does look kind of, you know, like an illusion, I guess, you know. Maybe a bit more 3D. But I don't know if it's like... Because when the model moved, then... Is it blocking, you know? Would it rather be at the back? I think the X... Like the X tape all can go to the back. It doesn't need to overlay above the model. And reorder the layer a bit. Mm. It's almost dinner time. Y'all not getting dinner? I think y'all had dinner already. What time is it actually? 8:10. What? I thought it was like, I don't know, 6 or something. Oh. Oh, I see. Sao ta sẽ qua kèn. Wait, this tape. It can't really. Ah, okay. 오케이. 구독. I think it's okay. And I'm gonna leave the balloon to like overlay, I guess. So like a bit 3D maybe. Okay. Can't say. Okay, wait. Maybe the name a bit big. Okay. I think this is okay. Trying to see. I think it's okay. Alright. You know what? Yosh. 그래, concept. I'll just do like a. 제가. I need like a contrast. Cannot see. this sample. Oi, all right. I think that's pretty good. We're done for today. How long does it take? 4 hours? Okay, okay. I guess that's fine. Not too bad. I think the other time was 6 hours, but I feel like the 6 hours was probably half yapping as well. So I guess around 4 to maybe 5, 4 to 5, or maybe 5 hours average to make these frames. Oh, mama. Alright, anyways, I think I'm done here for today. I'm gonna go have my dinner. Kinda hungry now. Thank you for hanging around. Hope to see you guys next time. Tomorrow is what? Tomorrow is Thursday. Oh, work from home day. So I guess maybe it'll be the usual morning work stream, most probably. Yo. Alright. Thank you. I don't think I'll raid today since I'm just gonna run and eat. Alright. Bye bye. Jane.